So, we have the speech, and again, that speech suggested to me that he doesn't want Ukraine to exist. That speech, except for the declaration, it sounded like a declaration of war on Ukraine. That speech to me sounded like that's the speech you would give if you wanted to invade Ukraine and take over Ukraine and stop it existing as a country. Now, I hope he doesn't do that, but that's what the speech sounded like. Look at this. Look. Rob Lee says, recognition is now official. Yes, that's true. So Putin has signed documents, right? He signed documents recognizing that part of eastern Ukraine as independent. So Putin does not consider it part of Ukraine. So he says, wouldn't be surprised if we see Russian peacekeepers arrive soon as a further pretext for a broader war. That's from Rob Lee. Yes, I totally agree with Rob Lee. There is little reason to think this is the end state Russia has stopped from this buildup. Russian forces are at a high alert status in staging positions near the border with 75% of his battalion tactical groups. That doesn't suggest Russia is planning on waiting for long and to keep this new status quo. 100% agree. 100%. Our viewer Weston thinks he's going to invade and take over Ukraine. Look, that's what that speech said to me. I'll be really overjoyed if that doesn't happen. But that speech was that was a I'm taking over Ukraine speech with everything except the ending, which is like where it says, okay, now I'm taking it over. That's what the speech was. That's what the speech was. That would be my response to the speech. So that's what that speech was. At a certain point, you got that speech and you got that armed force in this state of readiness around the country. If you've watched the broadcast before, you've heard me say this before. You know, usually the simplest explanation for the stuff you see ends up being the right one. Well, the simplest explanation for him surrounding Ukraine with 3/4 of his army and giving a speech where he denies an angry, crazed speech where he denies Ukraine's right to exist and says Ukraine is threatening Russia. The simplest explanation for that is that he's planning on invading Ukraine and taking it over. That's the simplest explanation. I hope it doesn't happen, but that is by far the simplest explanation. That's what would make the most sense given the armed force he's amassed and given that speech. The reasonable conclusion to draw would be like that's his plan. I really hope it doesn't happen, but that's what the evidence suggests. I hope it doesn't happen. The Wall Street Journal's Yaroslav Trofimov says, Putin basically says Ukraine shouldn't exist. A steady statehood didn't occur. Almost the same words that Stalin said about Poland in 1939. All right, hang on a second. I'm going to get you some updates, but I'll also say this, and I've talked about this before. I have said if Putin invades Ukraine, that means he's gone crazy, because I think it would be a crazy. Well, aside of all the morally awful, aside of the evilness of it and the untold human destruction and terror and pain it would cause, it would also, I feel, be crazy for him in a self-interested sense to do. I think it's a crazy thing for him to do just out of self-interest. But I will say this. When I see that speech, that suggests somebody's not really all there. And I posted this, and I'll show you some of you might have saw it. I'll posted it on Twitter. This guy has over 6,000 nuclear weapons. I think the entire world, everybody in the world, should be more frightened now that speech just happened. Everybody in the world should be more frightened, because who knows what he's going to do? Who knows what that guy's going to do? So if a lot of people in the world aren't paying attention to this, you better start paying attention. Well, because it's going to affect you. All right, let me try to get you some updates here. Okay, look at this. As I mentioned, let's talk about this again. Rob Lee, military analyst in the UK, as I'm going to read this again. He says there is little reason to think this is the end state Russia sought from this buildup. Russian forces are at a high alert status in staging positions near the border, with roughly 75% of their ground combat power of the entire armed forces. That doesn't suggest Russia is planning on waiting for long and to keep this new status quo. Look what he says here. Russia has sufficient forces permanently deployed near Ukraine to prevent Kyiv from retaking the Donbass, and it certainly had more than enough to do this in December with an enhanced posture. The force deployed near Ukraine now is what Russia would need for a larger invasion. Putin could have done this before. Putin didn't need to put 75% of his combat power on the border with Ukraine to recognize eastern Ukraine. He could have done that way before. Oh, I gotta update this. Hang on a second. Let me just update the headline. Let me update the headline, please. Hang on one second. The headline is old. I need to change the headline. I told you guys, when we were covering, hang on. I told you, when we were covering the, oops, hang on. Let's see if I can get this right. I told you guys when we started covering the coronavirus, when it started happening in China and people started getting sick, and we were covering it, if you just followed it and you read up on it and you followed the logic of it, it was just obvious it was going to go around the world. It was obvious it was coming to the U.S. and it was obvious it was going to have a huge effect on the entire world. And it was just obvious. And there were always the people saying, it's a nothing burger. You're fear-mongering. You have an agenda. Well, of course I was right. And anybody was right who actually just looked at the facts of the situation. I'm telling you again, the obvious facts of the situation suggest that this whole thing is not so he could sign some pieces of paper saying, oh, we recognize the Donbass region now. He just gave you, he has put 75% of his army around Ukraine, and he just gave you an hour-long unhinged speech denying Ukraine's right to exist and saying Ukraine is a direct threat to Russia. So what do you think's going to happen? I'm telling you, the world's sleeping on this. You better wake up, world. The world's sleeping on it. I don't know. I'm telling you. Vivian Salamis says the borders claimed by the Russia-backed leaders of the two breakaway regions, Donetsk and Luhansk, spill over into Ukrainian-controlled territory. Putin's recognition just now could allow separatist leaders to request Russian military help and help set the stage for a military offensive. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators. Linda Belk. We have, hang on a second. A lot of folks in the chat. Sarah is there moderating. Thank you, Sarah. I'm probably missing some of the moderators here, but I do want to say thanks. Is Zelensky speaking yet? Oh, no, Zelensky posted a tweet, guys. Zelensky says, discuss the events of the last hours with the president. We begin the meeting of the National Security and Defense Council. A conversation with Boris Johnson is also planned. This is from President Zelensky of Ukraine. He just posted this 5 minutes ago. He said, discuss the events of the last hours with President of the United States. We began the meeting of the National Security and Defense Council. A conversation with Boris Johnson is also planned. So that's from President Zelensky. I don't know that he'll be speaking. Also, we have moderating right now. Bud Green is moderating. Thank you, Bud. K. Lowry Body. Thank you. Hang on a second here. I want to make sure I thank all the moderators. And also, A Moment of Lovely, Bastion Girl, Duxor, Mark and NC, Papa Bear, Schultheis, and Tariag. Thank you so much for moderating. All right, let me catch up on some of the headlines here. Paul Son says this has strong Crimea annexation vibes. The sense that this has all been lined up for days and pre-planned, and now we're just running through the schedule of events. I agree. I think Putin has an exact schedule in mind, and he ain't stopping with signing some pieces of paper recognizing the DNR and LNR. That's not what he's stopping with. Michael Horowitz says, I've seen some argument that Putin may now wait for Kyiv to respond to his move. Now, we'll see if there's any more announcements from the president of Ukraine after that speech. He said he talked to the president, President Biden. He's going to talk to Prime Minister Boris Johnson of the UK, and he is now meeting with his National Security and Defense Council. Hey, a quick thank you to our viewers. Thank you, Aaron Dooley, for your support. Aaron thinks that Putin just laid the foundation to justify what has already been happening in weeks. It was just a formality. As I said, the best explanation for that speech, given that speech, and the fact that he's put around 3/4 of his military on the border with Ukraine, the most likely scenario is he's planning a huge invasion of Ukraine. I'm sorry, it'll be probably the worst human event of my lifetime, but I hope it doesn't happen. But it looks like that's what's coming. Thank you, Katie Singh Arnihila, for your support. Thank you, John Ellis, for your support. Thank you, Phil Laragoit. Thank you. John Lane, Kid 319009. Police Verified. Stacy Kirchner, Bruno L, thank you. Louis Carullo, Don Colvin, Amanda L, Radar Grunewald, Sergey. March 3258, that tall guy, way too much info. 2016, Hey Noor Girl, Jay Sleep, DeBlanc Flat Earth, Debbie James, Natty Ice, Lou Ellen Stevens, Elizabeth Molly, Robert Jackson, Flip Wilson, Mark Hill. Sorry, I'm behind on thank yous. Chris Lund, Rob, Mike, Revan Cher, Bjorn Fanar Bjornson, Michael Fig. Ben gets his MBA, that bat dude. I'm way behind on the thank yous. I'm sorry. Mark Hill, and our new member, Nathaniel DeJin Demarest. So now we don't know what's happening. But Putin basically gave, in my opinion, an invasion speech with everything at the end except for we're invading now. Ukraine. All of Ukraine. Not some of Ukraine. Howard Feynman says, source who has been on the ground in Ukraine for months at a time for many years tells me the word there is that Putin goes in somewhere as soon as tonight. Is the source infallible? No, no one is. But he's as wired as anyone outside of the official U.S. government, as you'll find. Thank you, Juby Joe. I appreciate it. And Louis R. Michael Chambers. Michael Chambers says this speech amounts to him giving himself permission to move his forces further into Ukraine, Crimea 2.0. Oh, I think the speech, basically what it does is him justifying eliminating Ukraine's existence as a country and annexing all of Ukraine to Russia. That's what the speech was. Basically that's what the speech was. It was him saying Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist, and historically, and that they're threatening us, and it's awful, and again, all that was missing from the speech is him announcing at the end, okay, our military's taking you over now and you're no longer a country. That's what was missing at the end. But, again, believe me, I hope it doesn't happen. But that's what the speech was. Thank you, Juby Joe. Thank you, Louis R. Miss Sal says he won't stop at Ukraine. I don't know. As I mentioned, I showed you some commentary where he seems to suggest that he's not happy that the Soviet Union broke up. I don't remember all the specifics from the speech, but what's to keep him from saying next? I saw somebody post about Moldova. Moldova used to be in the USSR. How about Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania? Will he want other territories back too? I have no idea. Kevin Rothrock posted this. This is a real moment in Putin's presidency. He actually sounds unhinged, not just aggressive, frightening. John Gamble says that speech was for preparing the Russian people, not for us. So what happens now? What happens now? What happens tonight, for example? Yes, I totally agree. I totally agree. This is logic. Rob Lee, there is a disconnect between the severity of the problem Putin laid out, which is, all the bad stuff about Ukraine's threatening Russia, Russia should have never lost Ukraine. There's a disconnect between the severity of problem Putin put out and the action he just took. Recognizing LNR and DNR in eastern Ukraine doesn't solve the problems he mentioned, which could only be solved by more drastic actions like regime change or substantial use of military force. There's some analysts who've been saying this for weeks, and that makes the most sense. I mean, it's just, that's what makes sense. I hate to say it. It's like no one's listening. Now, I'll actually say this. Not that, like in the U.S., there was reporting from the New York Times yesterday. The New York Times yesterday reported that, I'll show you the article. But the New York Times yesterday reported that in the U.S. government, they think the most likely scenario is a full invasion. So, not that no one is listening, but I feel like a lot of people are just ignoring that, the basic logic of the situation, which we've been talking about for weeks. So this is from the New York Times yesterday. According to them, they say that that senior American military and intelligence officials and many outside analysts now think it's most likely he would strike to take the whole country in a single blow. So, you know, and the UK foreign minister said a couple days ago that she said we have to prepare for a worst case scenario. So it seems like in a number of the governments, people are taking this possibility very seriously. I don't think the general public around the world really is following this, a lot of people. And I certainly don't think that a lot of people are appreciating just how dangerous this is and how terrible this will be. What does this say? Hey guys, Mark's posted this. There's a report of about 35 tanks up to a dozen trucks on the move in Donetsk. Now, who are those? I mean, there's in Donetsk they have their own forces there, so I don't know what to make of this. Keep an eye on it. That's in eastern Ukraine. Michael Kaufman. I've been showing you what he says. It's just logic. Russia doesn't need 190,000 troops on Ukraine's borders to recognize the independence of separatist republics. These troops are not even near the Donbas region. This is the first step in what will likely be a large-scale Russian military operation to impose regime change. That's the basic logic of the situation. It's been the basic logic of the situation for weeks. He's been saying it for weeks. Rob Lee has been saying it for weeks. I've been telling you about them for weeks. That's the basic logic of the situation. Putin is not putting that force on the border to do something he could have done anyway. Doesn't make any sense. Again, working on bringing you updates. It is 7:10 p.m. Ukraine time. It's 7:10 p.m. Ukraine time. This is an unconfirmed report from Ukraine War Report. Where are they seeing Polish Prime Minister Morawiecki calls for urgent EU summit to impose sanctions? I don't think there's going to be time for sanctions. I said this earlier. I don't think there's going to be time for sanctions on this, because I think there'll be bigger things to put sanctions on. That's what I said before. But I'll have to see if I can find some confirmation of that report. I don't know where they're getting that from. Is this it? This is the, hold on, this is right here. This is Matus Morawiecki. This is his Twitter. Prime Minister of Poland says, Prime Minister of Poland, it is recognition of two self-proclaimed republics amounts to rejection of dialogue and blatant violation of international law. It is an act of aggression against Ukraine that must be met with unequivocal response and immediate sanctions. He says it's the only language Putin understands. One of our viewers said, I wonder how long the internet will be up. That's something we have to keep an eye on, certainly. Trying to get you the latest updates here. Very concerning situation right now. Very concerning. I am very worried about what happens tonight. I am very worried about what happens tonight. By the way, I know this sounds weird. Guys, I know this is weird. Dmitry Alperovich posted about this today. He says, not sure anyone is reading Zhirinovsky into anything in Russia, but it's an interesting prediction. This has been making its way around the web. Francis Scar. This Russian politician said on December 27th, at 4 a.m. on February 22nd, you'll feel our new policy. Dmitry Alperovich says 4 a.m. on February 22nd in Moscow equals 6 p.m. Eastern Time today. Now, it just seems crazy that, it just seems outlandish to think that he had, on December 27th, this guy would know the timing of an invasion or something. But, who knows? He's not like one of Putin's advisors, I don't believe. Michael McFaul, who used to be the ambassador to Russia, and the U.S. ambassador says, after Hitler annexations and wars, we created the UN Security Council to create laws and norms against annexation, against great powers taking territory from smaller powers. Putin just did that. The world has to respond right now. Now, all Putin has done so far, not to minimize it, but so far all Putin has done has recognized this part of Ukraine. Basically, in 2014, Ukraine had a revolution where they threw out the pro-Russian ruler. So in response to that, Putin took over Crimea. He took Crimea from Ukraine, and then he stirred up this rebellion, this separatist movement, which he greatly supported in eastern Ukraine. And now he has basically, he's recognized this as independent from Ukraine, and he signed an agreement with them, so he's committed to defending them. So basically he's by force broken that off from the rest of Ukraine. because he controls it now. So Ukraine would have to take it back by force, you know. But again, as we've been saying over and over, as I've shown you, some analysts say over and over, I can't believe that he put 3/4 of Russia's ground combat power outside of Ukraine. He surrounded Ukraine with Russia's military, and he just gave like an hour-long or whatever angry madman-style speech where the basic point of the speech was that Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist as a country, and how much he hates Ukraine, and that Ukraine is a threat to Russia, which sounded like an invasion of Ukraine speech, a takeover Ukraine speech, except not having we're taking over Ukraine at the end. So unfortunately, I feel like this thing that he just did with the recognizing the independence of this Russia-backed separatist region, that's a huge deal. But unfortunately, I think it will pale to what he's going to do. And I certainly hope I'm wrong about that, but all the signs are there. All the signs are there. Intel Crab retweeted this. This is Chairman EU USA. He's a European Parliament official. He says, irrespective of whether Putin invades or not, it's already clear we have a madman with nukes on our hands. I posted something similar. Here. Very worrying. Is EU saying it will trigger sanctions? I've seen some. Here, Jessica Parker says the EU will react with sanctions against those involved in this illegal act. As I said, my opinion on this is by the time they would have sanctions approved, that no one will be talking about what just happened with the recognizing Eastern Ukraine. Unfortunately, I think there's going to be a lot bigger matters for them to be considering. Give me a shout. Let me know what you're hearing at Lookner on Twitter. But I'm really focused on bringing you the latest updates here. It is 10:20 p.m. Ukraine time. I am very, very concerned, certainly concerned for the people of Ukraine and what's going to happen with Ukraine, but I'm concerned about what's happening tonight. After that speech with the military posture that we've heard that and seen videos of, and we've heard experts say that Russia is in right now, I am very, very concerned. And I want to warn you about something. You know, Olga Tokarczuk said, I just told Canadian, I believe she's from Ukraine. She's in Kyiv. She says, I just told Canadian radio that comparisons between Putin and Hitler don't sound as an exaggeration anymore, that his hate of Ukraine and Ukrainians is evident, that sanctions should be imposed now, and that the West has to unite and use the leverage it has over Russia right now. If you listen to that speech, and you think that Putin, if he invades Ukraine, is going to show any mercy to Ukrainians, then you weren't really listening. I shudder to think, if he does, which I agree with the people who say this is most likely. If he does a major invasion of Ukraine to just take over the country in some sort of way, or replace the government and make it whether it's part of Russia or a state with a pro-Russian government. It sounds from the speech that he wants to bring it back and make it part of Russia, to be honest. If you think he's going to show any mercy to people there and will have any kind of care in treating people in Ukraine, you weren't listening to that speech. I don't think the world understands, for the most part, what we could be looking at. And I hope it doesn't happen. But I just don't think people are paying attention and understanding what we could be looking at here. The Intel crab says large amount of military vehicles moved up from the south of Donetsk. That's in eastern Ukraine. What this means, I don't know. We're going to be watching. I am very, very concerned with what we might see in Ukraine. I hope I'm wrong. If it turns out that Putin doesn't invade Ukraine, I will happily listen as you all tell me I was wrong. Believe me. Believe me. Lindsey Graham, the Republican senator, posted his decision. Putin's decision should immediately be met with forceful sanctions to destroy the ruble and crush the Russian oil and gas sector. So again, what Putin has done so far today, yeah, he's recognized this part of Ukraine as independent, which is basically controlled by Russian-backed separatists. But the big thing was the speech. I mean, that's a huge thing. But in the big scheme of things, it might not end up being a huge thing. The big thing was the speech, which sounded like Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist speech. Ukraine should be part of Russia again speech. And Ukraine's a threat to Russia, and it sounded like a takeover speech, except for saying we're taking you over. So that's the big thing to me. I have a feeling that soon we're not going to be talking about him signing the pieces of paper recognizing the DNR and LNR in here. Thank you, Riley Tamash, Robert Mayer, Tor Delbach, Oberga. Jorg Walasek, who's concerned that this will, he says, a full-on attack will unleash a refugee crisis that will dwarf the refugee crisis of 2015. Very well, experts have said there could be millions of refugees if there's an attack. No question. Kim Hayes, thanks for your support. Kim Hayes, I appreciate that. A Moment of Lovely. Louis R., thank you. Wow. Biden is at the White House today. He's been meeting this morning with his top security advisors. There's no statement from there hasn't been. I don't believe there's been a statement from White House yet. Oh, look at this. Ilya Ponomarenko. Kyiv subway now. Everyone's reading news. Wow. He just posted this 15 minutes ago. Guys, have a thought. I've been saying this for weeks. Have a thought for the people of Ukraine. Because A person sounding like a madman with 3/4 of his army on your borders in attack positions just gave a long deranged sounding speech where he denied your right to exist as a country. So have a thought for the people of Ukraine. 44 million people. Guys, this is really this. I know it seems like this is something like out of a movie or something. It's so crazy. It's really happening. It's really happening. I'm telling you. White House statement. Here's a White House statement here. Howard Altman posted it. We have anticipated a move like this from Russia and are ready to respond immediately. President Biden will soon issue an executive order that will prohibit new investment, trade, and financing in U.S. persons to, from, and the so-called DNR and LNR regions of Ukraine. This executive order will also provide authority to impose sanctions on any person determined to operate in either of those areas of Ukraine. I think this thing's going to be obsolete within hours. The Departments of State and Treasury will have additional details shortly. We will also soon announce additional measures related to today's blatant violation of Russia's international commitments. To be clear, these measures are separate from and would be in addition to the swift and severe economic measures we have been preparing in coordination with allies and partners should Russia further invade Ukraine. We are continuing to closely consult with allies and partners, including Ukraine, on next steps and on Russia's ongoing escalation along the border with Ukraine. So again, executive order prohibiting new investment, trade, and financing by U.S. persons to, from, or in the DNL and LNR regions of Ukraine. Again, I think it's just impose sanctions on any person determined to operate in those areas. I have a feeling this is all going to be obsolete, unfortunately, in coming days. Oliver Carroll says, hold on a second. I want to post this. How to say this? Hold on a second. Michael Kaufman's and Rob Lee's dire predictions for the past weeks have simply been based on the logic of the situation. But few people wanted to, I mean, that's what he says. Even longtime invasion skeptics are now coming around to something that Michael Kopp and Rob Lee, myself, and others have been talking about for months. Invasion is now pretty much inevitable and very soon. I can't post this here because I don't want to insult Dmitry Alperovich. I just haven't really been following his predictions. Anyways, I'm not going to get into this now, but I agree with him. Look, I've been telling you about Michael Coffin and Rob Lee, and what I've been saying is everything they say makes sense. The basic logic of the situation, they've been saying all along. It's not hard. What they've basically been saying is Putin has assembled this giant force. There's huge risk for him to doing this. There's all kinds of downsides. He's not going to assemble this force to do something small. It doesn't make sense because there's so many negatives. And also the other thing, another argument they've made is clearly Putin has a giant problem with Ukraine. Clearly Putin, if he's assembling this giant force around Ukraine, wants to make a fundamental political change in Ukraine. That's not going to happen by doing something small. This is paraphrasing them, but I've shown you the articles by them, and I've shown you other people's stuff too. But it's just, there's so much cost to him to invading. There's so much cost to him to invading. Why would he do something small for all the cost of invading? Okay, all right, anyways, I'm carrying on because I want to get to some of the updates. But the logic of the situation has been for weeks suggesting he's going to do something very, very big to create great change in Ukraine. I just saw this. Video, Moshe Schwartz. Video uploaded today from Belgorod region of Russia shows a large column of about 45 tanks headed west in the direction of the border. Breaking news. Zelensky's getting ready to address Ukraine. Really quick, Moshe Schwartz says this video is from about 2 miles to the Ukrainian border, okay? And he geolocated it. Let me check on Zelensky. Is he actually speaking, Zelensky? Some people said he might be speaking. I want to at least check. Zelensky to address the nation. Breaking news, Zelensky to address the nation. There you go. After his meeting with the National Security and Defense Council, President Zelensky of Ukraine will address the country. I don't know where we can watch that. I don't know who's going to carry that. Hang on. Again, let me show you this again. I think this is important. Moshe Schwartz, who geolocates stuff and does a good job of it, he says this was uploaded today. He says it shows a large column of about 45 tanks headed west in the direction of the border. And it appears I have geolocated this video with high confidence to a point which is just about 2 miles to the border. He says Google Street View from the area is outdated. However, you can make out the bus stops in the satellite photo. I'm not going to get into all of this now, but again, I don't know. I can't confirm the video. Certainly something, but he has posted I don't. He's someone who tries to be responsible when he posts stuff. So it was uploaded today. Maybe it's not from today. I don't know. Hang on. Guys, well, here's the trick with Zelensky's speech. It doesn't do me any good to know where it's being broadcast. What I would need is a translation of it. So that's the problem. That is the problem, is a translation. If nothing else, I will be able to, well, I'll try to find a translation. Hang on one second. Hang on one moment. Hang on one moment. Hang on, guys. Give me one moment. Yeah, I mean, if it's not in English, yeah, RT might. You're right. RT might carry it. I bet RT might carry it. That's a good suggestion. Well, I can't show the video. I can't show the video. Anyways. We'll see. I'll try a couple different options here. Hang on. Hang on. Update. Jeremy Diamond says Biden is now on the phone with his German and French counterparts. The call began 22 minutes ago. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. That's not good. Sorry, let me just check for, so Zelensky is going to speak. Darlene Superville. European Union says it will slap sanctions on those involved in recognizing Ukraine's breakaway regions as independent. Unfortunately, I think all this talk of sanctions on the recognition of Eastern Ukraine will be obsolete very soon. I'll say very soon. Unfortunately, I think all this talk of sanctions on the recognition of Eastern Ukraine will be obsolete very soon. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think there's going to be bigger things going on, sadly. I'm nearly not getting caught up with all the sanctions on the recognition of Eastern Ukraine. Agreed again, Shawshank Joshi. If recognition is enough for Putin, then why keep massive military forces at the border, extremely forward deployed in what are in some cases unpleasant, austere, and unsustainable conditions? Why would you put the forces there in the first place? Oh, why would you also, an hour ago, give like an hour-long, like angry, crazed rant where you're basically denying the right to the exist of Ukraine as a country and listing all of your grievances about Ukraine and saying it should be part of Russia. That wouldn't make much. That speech wasn't about Eastern Ukraine at all. Let's see here. Again, guys, Rob Lieb commented on this. He says 4th Tank Division T-80U Battalion in Belgorod near the border. So again, Moshe Schwartz says this video was uploaded today about 2 miles from the Ukrainian border. Now, this would have been several hours ago because it's daytime there. And he said, I've seen his geolocation work before. I haven't checked this one, but I saw another video yesterday which he geolocated very well. And he says it shows a column about 45 tanks heading towards the border. He said you can make out the bus stops from the satellite photo. Let's see. I'm looking here. There's a bus stop there and there, I guess. Let's see. Oh, let's see what's on the road. There's that bus stop there. There's that bus stop there. Okay. No, he's saying that's, see the curved area? Anyways, I'm not going to get all into checking this now, but I do know that, here, I'll actually show you on a map where he says it is, that he's good at doing this, good at the geolocation stuff. I'll show you on a map where it is. So he says the street view is outdated, the Google Street View. That's where it would be. That's where it would be there. So there's the border right there. Kind of hard to see in that. That'd be right near Kharkiv. That'd be very close, well, not very close, but probably, what, about 20, 30 miles from Kharkiv. City of 1.5 million people. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Thank you, Matthew, for letting me know. Hang on. Breaking news. Breaking news. Thank you, Matthew. Amakai Stein says that he saw on Fox that, this is Amakai Stein, who I follow, says that Jen Griffin said on Fox that Pentagon is expecting Putin to move into Ukraine tonight onto those just recognized independent areas. So now that wouldn't mean the rest of Ukraine, but so that would be Putin moving in troops to eastern Ukraine, which Russia basically controls anyway, but it's controlled by Russia-backed separatists. This would be uniformed troops moving in to eastern Ukraine, the part of eastern Ukraine that Russia has declared independent here. By the way, I would assume that would trigger the sanctions. I would assume that would trigger sanctions, the full sanctions, because that would be an invasion of Ukraine. The West doesn't consider that independent. They consider it part of Ukraine. But you know what? I don't think that's going to be all you see, sadly. I'd be overjoyed if that's all you saw. Our viewer Weston says, just think logically with it and you can see where this is going. It isn't rocket science. I mean, look, he just gave a giant speech where he denied Ukraine's right to exist. Intel Crab has a report. What does it say? 25 trucks with howitzer trailers drove towards Makiva. There's reports of like truck movements in eastern Ukraine. I don't really know what to make of all that. I'm just seeing these. That Intel Crab posted that. That's part of the Russia-backed separatist controlled eastern Ukraine. So, anyways, I'll keep up the updates, and I'm just looking for more information, but I'm not going to try to analyze every little thing. Okay, look at this. This is Ilya Ponomarenko. He is in Ukraine. He's with the Kyiv Independent. He says, it is likely now that combined Russian militant regular forces can advance to break the front line and seize the whole of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. Russian military power in the border regions in Belarus would block sending Ukrainian reinforcements for units defending Kyiv or Kharkiv. So what he's saying is, just to go back to this, long story short, if I can describe this briefly. Where is that map? Where's the map? I had a map before. Man, hang on, sorry. I can't find the map. I'll show you the map. Here it is. From Christopher Miller. Russia has just recognized this eastern part of Ukraine is independent. They say it's not part of Ukraine anymore. It's independent. But the people who live in here, who are backed by Russia, claim all of this land as theirs. All of the Donetsk region, all of the Luhansk region. So the people who Russia backs in here say all of this is our territory. But they only are in here right now. So what the Ilya, I think his name is, was talking about is that Russia would move in and then just take all of this and say, well, we think this is an independent territory. These are independent territories, and this territory belongs to them. Now, I don't think he'd stop at that. I don't think he put a giant force there and made this whole speech about how Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist. But maybe that's an initial step. But that's what that tweet was about taking the whole area, about the amount of the area that's controlled by the pro-Russian separatists is only about half of the area they claim is theirs. Intel Crab posted this. This person is looking at the traffic on Google Maps. Henry Schlottman. Another large spike in traffic levels in conjunction with reporting by Intel Crab and Amakai Stein. Likely Russia is now moving forces across the border into separatist-controlled areas. This could be happening now. It's possible that Russia is now moving their regular army forces into here. That's possible. And now, again, Russia controls this area because it's Russia-backed separatists. But Russia might be moving their actual regular armed forces into here. And then they start trying to expand. Very worrying developments. See, there's all these reports of vehicles, military vehicles in eastern Ukraine. Mark's found this one. It says from Tokmash to Spartak, not less than 30 BMPs. That would be an infantry fighting vehicle, I think. So there's all these reports of vehicles on the move in eastern Ukraine. Somebody mentioned the flight radar, an Osprey. Hold on, I'll check it out. Oh, here it is. Look, here it is. Oh, look. Breaking news. Air Force plane heading into Ukraine. Look. There it is. Let me log in. There it is. 50,000 people tracking it. We have a Air Force, is it a helicopter? Helicopter, sorry, not a plane. It's close to Ukraine. Oh, it's turning around. It's near. It's not heading into Ukraine. I'm sorry. It got close. It is in. Let me zoom out here. It's in Poland. It's close to the border, but it's not. There's one. Then this is. There's another one. That's a U.S. That's a plane right there. Raggy, Super Hercules plane there, and then we have another Hercules plane. So those two planes here, and then this. Sorry, this one is. Sorry, not that one. It almost looks like this plane is guarding these two or something. A Boeing C-22B Osprey. This is a multi-mission tri-rotor military aircraft. Does this have even weapons? It's like more of just like a helicopter type thing. Well, I'm sorry to all the military experts out there. I'm not like an expert on all this stuff. So there are three, you see, there's this one here that's flying around here, and then there are these two military planes here. Hercules. I'm guessing it's like a cargo plane or something. Military transport aircraft. So this is just near the border with Ukraine. So very interesting. Again, here's Ukraine. We have these three U.S. planes near the border of Ukraine. We have the two transport planes and the one Osprey. It looks like it's descending because the altitude of this one is 9,975 feet. It just went down. This one's 9,000. Okay, what else are people tracking here? Anyways, there might be other stuff people are tracking, but I'm just... give me a second, guys, as we keep an eye on that. Zoom in and you'll see it. Hold on. The Osprey's circling around here. There are the two planes here. That's the Osprey circling. Not far from the border. What is the altitude on these? Oh no, there's the same altitude. It's not going. They're not lowering. These are at the same altitude they were before. So we'll keep an eye on these. Right, hang on a second, guys. I also got to check for other updates too. This is not good. Walter Bloomberg doesn't say where he got this. EU official says Russian president's decision to recognize independence of breakaway Ukraine regions is just a first step. There will probably be next steps. I mean, I'm pretty confident in that too, unfortunately. Unfortunately. President Zelensky will speak shortly. President Zelensky is speaking shortly. Ukraine's President Zelensky to speak shortly. Elit News says starting to see major movement of military vehicles in Donetsk. That's eastern Ukraine, the place that, part of the area that Putin recognized as independent today. Hang on. Sorry, a lot going on. Hang on a moment, please. So President Zelensky is supposed to speak soon. Let's go back to... Let's go back to the flight radar. So here is the flight radar, and we have this is just outside of western Ukraine. See, here's Ukraine, and over here, these are 3 U.S. Air Force planes, or military aircraft. We have an Osprey here. Here's the Osprey. And then we have these 2 cargo planes. I wonder if they're flying into Ukraine. Maybe they're going into Ukraine. Is there not a surveillance aircraft up right now? Over, I don't see one. Does the U.S. not have their drone up? Hang on, I'm going back and forth between this and other things. I agree. Well, he says, Richard Engel says, smoke and mirrors, Putin just recognized an area in Ukraine he already controls by claiming to be stopping a genocide that isn't happening. But the key to me is he already controls it. I can't imagine he's gone through all this to just put troops into an area he already controls. Blake Hunshell says what I was just saying. If Russia puts official forces in the breakaway regions it just recognized, does that constitute further invasion, thus triggering the big sanctions? Unfortunately, I think that question is going to be moot because I have a feeling that that's not going to be the only place Putin puts his troops. Hang on. Again, President Zelensky is supposed to address the Ukrainian people shortly. Osprey just turned its transponder off. Hang on, folks. Institute of Study the War, who I think are really smart, they say Russia's recognition of the DNR and LNR indicates Russia's conventional forces will likely move to occupy the breakaway regions in the next 36 hours. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be a lot sooner than that. Russia could conduct offensive operations against Ukraine to expand the proxy's territorial control to include all of this, they're saying. So again, Russia recognized this region as independent, and this region, the people here, the Russian-backed people here say this is all ours too, but they don't control that. But could Russia go in there and then take over this part too? I wouldn't be surprised, but unfortunately, I think they're going to do more than that. Flight radar. Okay, some people said the Osprey turned off its transponder. So we have these two transport aircraft are still at about 10,000 feet, and they're right near the border. Look at this. They're right near the Ukraine border. Two big U.S. transport aircraft. They're not... the altitude is the same as it has been. Oh, no, this one's lower. This altitude is 5,300 now. Looks like this one might be landing here. Is there a place for it to land? Because that altitude is going down. It's lower than it was. I don't know, though. Now it's at 53. It was like 9 or 10 before. Now it's 5375 altitude. But I don't see any airfield. I don't know. So we'll have to see. They're right next to the border. Oh, CB says they might be dropping assets. Bud says Osprey is U.S. Special Forces. That's interesting, the idea that they could be dropping stuff. Parachute, airborne drop. Oh, some of our viewers are saying we might be seeing an airborne drop. Very interesting. Are there airborne forces being dropped right on the border with Ukraine? That's very interesting. Very interesting. One of our viewers said Osprey was Special Forces. I'm not sure about that, but it's very interesting, you know. Thank you to Stewie for your support, Fred Rods, the Harmony Pill, Christiani, Level Hyde, Scout, Susie Hickston, John Wayne, Boyd Fleming, Figlish, Robert Mayer, and others. Big thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators who are with us for the coverage. Thank you so much, moderators. All right, let's keep getting you updates here. Still waiting for President Zelensky to speak. I haven't heard that he started yet. Hang on, I'll go back. I'll go back in a second to the flight radar. Just give me a second. Let me just check for other updates too. Dmitry Alperovich says, for people that somehow still think Putin is going to stop at Donbass, that part of eastern Ukraine he declared independent, he has just declared to the world, falsely of course, that Ukraine is aiming to build nukes. How do you propose he declare victory with just taking some chunk out of Donbass after making that statement? I totally agree with him. Hang on a moment. Let's go back to the flight radar. Look, they're circling around. So again, as we've said, this is right near the Ukraine border. We have two transport planes of the U.S. military right near the Ukraine border, and it looks like some of our viewers, and I think that's interesting, think they may be doing drops. There was an Osprey aircraft too, which apparently maybe shut off its transponder. So are these planes, do we have planes doing drops right next to the Ukraine border? This is Poland here. It's very interesting. It's very interesting what's going on. See one circling around like that. Where's this one? Trying to get you the latest updates here. At Lookner on Twitter is where you can reach me. Hang on, folks. Zelensky's briefing is delayed. Zelensky, I just saw a post, Ateo breaking news. Zelensky's briefing is delayed. Ateo breaking news, which is a channel I follow on Telegram, they're reporting that they've heard that Zelensky's briefing is delayed. Broadcast. I guess they're watching the channel. Oh, here it is. Look. One of our viewers sent me this. I missed this. Green. We've been showing this. We've been showing this on the air. Oren Lieberman posted this. 2 military Hercs and an Osprey right on the Poland-Ukraine border, only about 30 miles or so from Lviv, where the U.S. Embassy is now based. That's what we've been watching, although the Osprey disappeared off the radar. Jake thinks they might be taking people out. Well, I don't know that those cargo planes have landed. I didn't see them land. Anyways, I'm going back and forth.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello everybody, I'm Spark, and thank you for joining us. Today we are playing Dragon Quest XI S, Hard Mode Plus, and all characters upscaled. How are all of you today? I'm doing pretty good. At the moment we were watching coverage from Agenda Free TV about the Ukraine-Russia crisis, and it appears that it's taken quite an escalation today. And, basically, Putin gave out a speech that appeared to be very different from his usual self. He went on a bit of an emotional rant about Ukraine being once belonged to Russia and basically wants it back. But for a bit of a rundown of all this that just developed within the last hour or so, let's go to Reuters TV for today's headlines. Yeah, it's a very tense day.
You're watching Reuters TV. Here are your top stories. Vladimir Putin to decide whether to recognize breakaway regions of Ukraine.
He has done that now.
The 2022 Olympic Games officially comes to a close.
Amid a shortage of healthcare workers, the National Guard steps up.
This is Reuters Now. Russian President Vladimir Putin is considering a request from 2 regions of eastern Ukraine to be recognized as independent. A move the West says could give Moscow a pretext to openly send in its troops. The Luhansk and Donetsk regions broke away from Kiev's control in 2014 and are now controlled by Russian-backed separatists. Ukraine and the West consider the rebels to be Russia's proxies. Moscow has repeatedly denied planning an attack on its neighbor, but Putin has demanded sweeping security guarantees, including a promise that Ukraine will never join NATO.
If Russia faces the danger of Ukraine joining NATO, the threat to our country will increase substantially. Because there is Article 5 of the Treaty for NATO establishments, from which follows that all NATO countries should fight as one if one of its members' sides is attacked. So since nobody recognizes the Crimean and Sevastopol people's will, and Ukraine insists that it is their territory, the real threat appears to be to us.
Putin added that Russia will not be annexing Luhansk and Donetsk and formally adding them to its own territory. Kiev and the West fear that a border incident near eastern Ukraine could be used as a pretext for Moscow to attack its neighbor. Russia said on Monday its forces killed a group of 5 saboteurs who breached the country's southwest border from Ukraine. Kiev described the accusations as fake news. 3 senior Western officials have said Russian military units are now poised to make a large-scale invasion. Speaking on the condition of anonymity, the officials said they did not know whether Putin had yet given the order. But they raised concerns about an increase in false provocations in Russia-backed rebel regions in Ukraine. The United States says Russia has now massed a force of up to 190,000 troops in the region, including pro-Russian rebels in eastern Ukraine.
Very concerning if something like that happens. It'll be a world-changing event.
Capping off games that will be remembered for its extreme COVID-19 policies, as well as the doping scandal surrounding 15-year-old Russian skating sensation Kamila Valieva. Chinese President Xi Jinping was on hand for the closing ceremony, where International Olympics Committee President Thomas Bach praised Beijing's organizers. The Beijing Games were the second Olympics in 6 months to be held in a closed loop after last summer's delayed events in Tokyo. In China, the tight seal prevented the spread of COVID-19 at the Olympics or into the community, vindicating a zero-COVID policy that has isolated China from the rest of the world. But many athletes still had their Olympic dreams dashed by positive tests that prevented them from competing. China was, however, spared any embarrassing protests by competitors over its treatment of the Uyghur Muslim minority. And thousands of foreign journalists on hand were stuck inside the loop, unable to report more widely. But the game's biggest legacy will be the controversy surrounding skater Valieva, who failed a doping test in December, but the result only revealed a day after she helped her team win an Olympic medal. Though she was eventually allowed to compete in her final singles event, Valieva stumbled under pressure, her performance prompting a harsh reaction from her coaches. The saga reopened debate over whether minors should be allowed to compete in the games. An investigation by the world's top anti-doping authority into Valieva's entourage is also underway.
Wisconsin Dells Health Services is a long-term care facility in a rural part of the state, and 2 years into the COVID-19 pandemic has taken its toll of the staff.
I absolutely love my job. Never ever could have imagined doing anything different with my life until the pandemic hit.
Heather Stubinger is the director of nursing, and she said her colleagues were quitting in droves.
And I questioned so many times, like, can I do this? Do I want to do this? This is, way, way more than something I ever thought I would experience.
But new blood came in the form of 10 National Guardsmen, trained as nursing assistants to plug the shortfall.
Usually when you join the Guard, you help out the community with, floodings, things of that nature,
Staff Sergeant Jonas Galata finished a 2-week course at the Madison Area Technical College.
Never in my wildest dreams would I, live through a pandemic and then helping out the communities in this capacity in any way, shape, or form. But, it was a great opportunity that this is happening, and I'm happy that I'm able to help out my community in any way that they need.
And the need is clear. Dr. Lisa Marie Greenwood is the Associate Dean of Nursing at Madison College.
Our healthcare workers are in desperate need of our help. They're beyond exhausted, and so this was an opportunity for us to provide training to the National Guard.
About 1 in 5 healthcare workers has quit since February 2020, according to a Morning Consult poll published in October. That's why last month, Wisconsin trained up National Guard troops to ease the strain at hospitals and nursing homes. Major Gretel Weiskopf is a spokesperson for the Wisconsin Department of Military Affairs.
It's a sigh of relief from some of those facilities to have the extra staff.
And the staff at Wisconsin Dells Health Services are deeply grateful.
I feel like we're all able to breathe a little bit better, and it's been a blessing.
Russia's buildup of tens of thousands of troops near Ukraine's borders has stirred fears that it is poised to invade. While Moscow denies any such plans, some Ukrainian citizens are preparing for an unwelcome fight.
In our country, 8 years we live in a war. And now the situation is very tense.
Even though she's a media relations specialist based in capital city Kiev, Elisa has always enjoyed shooting for sport. More than a year ago, the 38-year-old Ukrainian mother joined a local territorial defense unit, looking to acquire combat skills.
I slightly understood that I need some skills of first aid. I need the skills to shoot and skills of tactics, just to defend my son.
They're skills she now fears she may have to use in the face of a Russian threat. Elisa puts on camouflage fatigues, takes one of her 2 small caliber guns, and heads to a training ground. Along with dozens of other volunteers, mostly men with civilian jobs, she spends 7 hours either with her weapon on the ground or on guard as a part of a small patrol tasked to protect a concrete building from enemies. She said the basic training gives her comfort.
Now I understand so much that my skill that I've got all this period serving in territory defense forces, it's so important. I feel self-convenient. I'm sure that I have enough skills.
Elisa said that like all Ukrainians, she doesn't want a war, but if war comes to her, she will take up a rifle and fight.
Hard to believe this is happening.
President Biden's administration has drawn up a range of severe sanctions to be imposed if Russia invades Ukraine. 3 sources told Reuters US financial institutions would be banned from processing transactions for major Russian banks. They aim to hurt the Russian economy by cutting so-called correspondent banking relationships between targeted Russian banks and US lenders that enable international payments. The sources also said the US would place certain Russian individuals and companies on the specially designated nationals list. It would effectively kick them out of the US banking system, ban trade with Americans, and freeze their US assets. It was unclear who the targets would be, but the sources believe top Russian lenders like VTB Bank and Sberbank could be on the list. Experts believe it would be a meaningful blow to sanctioned bodies, as it would make it difficult to deal in US dollars, the global reserve currency. The White House and Treasury Department declined to comment on the report, and the sources said the package of sanctions could change up to the last minute. Biden's administration has threatened banking sanctions for weeks to try to deter Russian President Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Moscow has amassed upwards of 150,000 troops on Ukraine's border. Putin has denied plans to launch an attack.
You're up to date. Check back later as stories develop.
Alright, that was today's World Headlines, and I totally forgot to launch Dragon Quest, so just give me a moment to bring it up, and yeah, just give me a moment to bring it up, and I'll get back to coverage of the Russia-Ukraine crisis when I get the game back up. I will switch to that right away.
Hold on a second. Hang on 1 sec, guys. Give me 1 second here. Hang on. What is this? I don't have the Zelensky translation. Somebody is speaking, I believe, right now. I have my eye on, I think, a Ukrainian channel, and somebody is speaking, but it's not in English. I don't have it in English, so I'll have to wait and see the reports about what he says. It's not him yet. On the feed I'm seeing, it's not him yet. It's somebody else. Does Fox News have it? Hang on. I don't see it on Fox News unless you're talking about something else. Hang on. Hang on.
Okay, I hope this works here. Let's hope. Yeah, also right now I'm running a virus scan. Computer wanted me to do that, so might as well do it now. Okay. Alright, looks like everything is working fine here. Excellent. Okay. Now I just gotta bring up my Twitch stream page here. Gotta check to see if everything is all good here. Looks like it is. Oops. Just gotta do the lights here. Okay. That's a bit. Camera's a little bit off. There we go. Okay. Winter's almost over. I think I'll switch off the winter mode when it's officially spring. I think that's what I'll do. Okay, so last time we were going through Tingaton. Still haven't gotten everything completely done there, so let's head over there again right now. New updates to the Ultimate Equipment mod. Some weapons have been added. An adjustment to the tension system, just to reorganize how it's done. Actually, let's go and check out the new weapons first. I'll just figure out where they are right now. And I've also been seeing a lot of costume replacer mods for models from the past Dragon Quest games. So go to nexusmods.com/Dragon Quest XI as Definitive Edition to check that out. Yeah, so we got Orca Calicum Fangs from the Dundercell campsite. Let's go check that out. And because we're keeping a close eye on Russian Ukraine, there's a new thing added at the bottom of the screen on the ticker, which is basically live updates from a Reddit live thread that appears to have good information, so we've got that. Just in case my ticker isn't caught up to date on it. Fangs, here we go. Tremendously powerful talons forged from the most precious metal known to man. Does 300 attack, 145 charm, but minus 1% critical chance. That's a little bit back forward, but does a huge attack boost. Let's check out the next weapon. Pandonomic Sword at the Hotto item shop. Okay. The Pandemonic Sword. The Hotto item shop. Oh, it's at the Hotto item shop, I see. I don't think I've seen these before. Huh, weird. Item shop, not the weapon shop. Okay. Probably talk about the other item shop. There's two of them here. Ah, here it is. A golden greatsword that increases the chance of the wielder inflicting a critical hit. Ooh, nice. Minus 20% edge. No, minus 20 HP, minus 30 MP, 365 attack, 110 magical might, minus 35 magical mending, 70 plus agility, 40 less 40 charm, 12% critical chance, 5% buried chance, 29% evasion rate. Will deal dark damage when attacking, and also lightning damage. An intensely cursed incantation that sends all enemies to the hereafter. Interesting. Yep. Next, we've got Nigel's Sheath, which brings up a new category called Sheaths from Octagonia. Octagonia item shop. Here we go. No description, but 20 MP, 273 attack, 65 magical might, minus 5 agility, plus 30 charm, 13% critical chance, 17% parry chance, 20% MP absorption, 28% chance of envenomating enemies when attacking, 40% chance of paralyzing enemies when attacking. Not bad. Hell Sheath, Port of Valor weapons shop. El Sheaf. (295 attack, minus 30 defense, 35 magical might, minus 10 magical mending, minus 20 agility, minus 10 deafness, minus 20 charm, 17% critical chance, 14% prayer evasion, minus 3% evasion chance, 20% of instantly killing enemies when attacking, will deal dark damage when attacking. Okay. Bardic Binding in Arborea. Oh, Sultan Staff. A powerful one popular with senior members of the sorcering community. Nice. 61 HP, 20 MP, 138 attack, 161 magical might, 161 magical mending, 19% critical chance, 5% parry chance, 21% MP absorption, chance of being bejeweled reduced by 70%, 35% chance of spells abilities consuming new MP, gold coins earned for battle increased by 10% to a max of 15. Okay. I was just spazzing there for a sec. Hey Google, set lights to white. Okay, let me try to fix that there. I don't know. Okay. So, come on, there it is again. Okay, let me try to fix it for sure. I don't get what's wrong with this thing. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to mention it, but
Fabulous!
listen. Okay.
Rashad 032. Hey, I'm here, just can't hear nothing. Rashad032. I want to see one playthrough where it's super easy just to see how fast you get through.
This up.
Yes?
Lovely jubbly.
Let's keep at it. Pink tornado! Easy peasy. Goodness.
Let's go.
Well, that was easy. Let's go! We win again.
else wants some?
whirlwind romance. Veronica wins again. Well, that was easy.
Easy.
Thank goodness.
Nice. Head up.
Thank goodness.
Ha.
Lovely jubbly. Anchors away.
Blast off.
Gotcha.
but they fight all the place in it. Yeah, they fight all the place in it. Counted by the times that just happy life goes by. I know it's natural to say, but there ain't no other way. So step on up to the place. Need your faith, what can spread on into the light of love. Step on up to the place. 'Cause this ain't a game. It's time to make history, yeah. It's a war out there every day. You can't hide from me. You gotta pray for the rules, pretty cool. Gotta laugh in the face of this artistry. When your friends and boss look alike on the face of it, they miss the history, but they fight all the place in it. Yeah, they fight all the place in it. Counted by the times that just happy life goes by. I know it's not what you say, but there ain't no other way. So step on up to the place. Need your faith, what can spread on into the light of love. Step on up to the place. 'Cause this ain't a game. It's time to make history, yeah. I never felt like down, down. But they're still with me. Down. You gotta turn out down. I've never felt like down. I never felt like down. They're still with me. Down. You gotta down out, down. I never felt like down. I never felt like down.
Don't you know, no more art. And as you look to the horizon, not a cloud, but then stormy weather's go too cold. Seems like it crept up out of nowhere, all around you is not what you foretold. You never see it coming. You see that my mind is the best for eyes. You're done but the time it hit you, you're not surprised. Think you got your game planned out. Do a deed, get 'em 2 steps ahead, yeah. So step into my way, stand out. It's a trap, one more step, and you're dead. Why just a beat to say goodnight, go clear blue skies, but now lightning's like your last reason. It's not an accident that no one hears you cries as your last dream seems to deserve. You never see it coming. You see that my mind is the best for eyes. You're done time it hit you, you're not surprised. I'm coming for you, my
told you to sit down or get down. I'm about to hit ground when I'm in the box. My head's way out of this bounds. Nobody's topping me. You know it's damn right. Most of y'all loving me. Doing it all night. Keeping my friends close and my foes closer. It's getting messy, but I never lift the nose up. As I get older, see things slower. My enemies looking like kids and I'm the grown up. I'm the next masterpiece made. The new generation came up with the beast things. But I'm the Mr. Nice Guy. See, I'm a wise guy. Not a mafioso, but a hustle like mine. Lay low if you're feeling me. I take these new speaks so crazy with me. So pull it up, let's take it with me. Shake with a man, LTJ's now follow me.
Baby, baby,
reality, never be charity. The enemy you're fighting covers all society. Damn right, mommy's not here, gonna fight all night. Right here, shadow 10 o'clock direction. Seize the moment, destroy the nation. You rhyme slow motion, give me motivation. Breathe out now, and then on your rival. Round up around, spit out all over. Round like a rolling stone, coming around. Watch out the room that this too loud. For this sound, if I'm whole ground, surround up. Don't ease the pace, pretend to be brutal. Form of the truth, there ain't no truth. You're the only one world, one love. But the battle goes on, shadows all mass destruction.
Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down.
I thought I told you to sit down or get down. I'm about to hit ground when I'm in the box. My hips way out of this bounds. Nobody's stopping me. You know it's all you're loving me. Keeping my friends close and my foes close. It's getting messy, but I never leave a note. So as I get older, I see things slower. My enemies looking like hits and I'm the I'm the generation came up with the best taste, but I'm the Mr. Nice Guy. See, I'm a wise guy, not a mafioso, but a hustle like mine. Lay low if you're feeling me. I'll take these beats, go crazy with me. So put him up in this place with me and shake with a man. L to the J's, now follow me. Ho!
Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down.
hot start down the spear. Those who simple back to die, kill those pass you by. Do not waste your time and hate it from the guys. Your mother and I suggest to them. Now I face up, I hold out, I reach out to the truth of my life. Seeking the seeds of the whole moment to now break away. Oh, God, let me out, can you let me out? Can you set me free from this that in the world say in the last beat in the song?
is awake and complete out. Charity, the enemy you're fighting covers all society. Damn right, mommy's not here, gonna fight all night, right? Clock down action, seize the movement, destroy the nation. Slow motion, breathe out now, and then on your rival. Round up around, spit out, all over. Rhyme like a rolling stone, come in the crowd. Watch out the moon, they diss you out. Keep on getting down and bombs hold round. Enemies brutal, form of the truth, there ain't no truth. You're the only one, one world, one law, but the battle goes on. Destruction. Shake with a man, L to the G's now.
Defeat.
What do we do now?
Easy.
Hello
Let that be life.
I owe you one. Hey, Jade! Hey, you okay?
Oh, here. Oh dear. Staff of salvation.
Ha! Silvano takes the stage! Help is at hand. Cheers!
Clear your mind.
Oh, Rabbit, darling. No, no. Thank you, darling.
Open your eyes.
Oh, Hanny Wanny.
My thanks. My thanks.
Thank you.
Cower worms.
Stay focused.
My thanks. Here.
can do to help?
Blast off! Let's go.
Our work isn't done. What are we to do?
got this.
Thanks.
Hiya!
Now you're for it. Almighty Yggdrasil, hear my prayer. Let there be light. Let's go!
You rang, honey?
Hiya! Dove chop! Hiya! Dove chop!
For Heliodor.
Chop! Here we go. My thanks. My thanks.
Don't worry, Veronica's here.
My thanks.
Silvano takes the stage!
Thank you. I'm here to help.
Let's go, go, go!
Chop! Hi.
Can't do without me, eh? Let's go, go, go!
Let's do this! Ha! Double down!
Almighty Yggdrasil, hear my prayer!
Damage chop!
Thanks. Think you can handle this?
Hiya!
Ha! Easy!
All right, let's go.
You won't get away with this.
I owe you one.
Are you alright?
Thanks.
Let's go!
Dove kick! Hiya! Dove chop!
Let's go!
Here we go! Hiya!
Let's go! Thanks. Let's go! Well, that was easy.
Nice! The great Silvando grows even greater.
slaughterhouse. What are we going to do?
Thanks.
Hey! Ooh. Oh, ooh. Ha, hee, ha, hee, ha.
Damage chop! Hiya! Doorway kick!
You have my sword. You're wide open!
This is gonna hurt.
We have carried the day.
My strength grows ever greater.
Not bad.
The great Silvando grows even greater.
It's a lot of fun living here. Anyhow, a good plan. Morning.